All right.
I have no clue. Anyway, I turned the lights off. I could still must. Here, I'll turn the lights off again.
Like codes, launch includes everything.
Correct. Huh?
You have to turn the lights off. I can still continue. Quality is quality is not good. What the big deal is?
Hi, Andrew. Oh, good to see you. Thanks for coming.
I'm just watching you guys. Is this the live stream?
Correct.
I say switch them. You can see the slides are on the right one.
Yes.
Because no one needs to see.
Yes.
No one needs to see.
Yes. Yes.
So then you have that
Right.
screen.
Right. Exactly.
So I definitely need to see my slides. my notes pretty.
No, absolutely. And this will be used for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might not even use this one because we're having issues with this projector in particular. So
Yeah. So just we'll focus on the deck rather than.
yeah.
So the Sydney slides.
Yes, it's downloading the last one.
So podium microphone is live. It's not in the room, but you should be able to talk to yourself. So on the computer, on the input, on the audio section, on the input, you need the input to start. Otherwise, the stream won't hear any microphones going to the system. Just go into like the settings. Sound. So output, your output is to go through the headphone. So you guys scroll down.
The wrong projector. You see?
Going down. Your input volume is going to be off the Scarlett, yes. So that's set. So essentially what that means is all the microphones are going into the Scarlett, and then anything that's happening from the stream that needs to go in the room is going to the
And headphones is fine.
Yeah, that's if there's any audio from the stream that I need to put in. Is there any of that or?
No.
So part of the stream is full. They know very
And then content laptop. You have audio capture.
There's no projection on that one. That's right.
Yes, I believe. Are we putting the PowerPoints on that Microsoft? And
We can just make focus.
no, there's not. There's no video.
Oh, fantastic. So with that being said,
There is a little bit of a problem. Into TBH. I say
আমরা ইয়ে করে ফেলি কি মডেল
Okay.
I sent you an email about not having access to the PowerPoint, but I had.
Oh, just disregard. Okay, I didn't see that.
It's okay.
That's okay. Sorry, but like, you have to do a lot.
Apparently the costing stuff is in order.
So I'm seeing signal hit the Scarlet.
Yes. Yeah, that was the one that I should have. Oh, or she just. Oh, right.
I just want 4.2. So if you're saying that it's very quiet to them, there's this dial here. Right now it's all time.
Yes.
If you were to raise this up, that would increase the volume of those
That they can.
that they can hear. So right now I have it on a pretty low setting, but if your sound settings on the laptop are maxed out, they're saying that they can still barely hear it, you can always do this, or if it still doesn't fix anything, I can do it on my end. But
So like turn it up to 12?
12 o'clock I'd say is good, because if you're starting to notice the start, so like, I believe if the flash is red, that essentially means you're
Too loud,
overloading,
okay.
it's overloading the Scarlet, and probably really like just stored it on there. So that's just the thing I keep on, like apart from that, you know, but if it's something like.
So bring us a cup of coffee. Up there.
Okay.
For people.
There is a link saying that it's the same, but it turns out it's like, it's like,
That being said.
yeah, I'll show you.
Tell me at this moment, just because I'm used to testing.
Yeah.
They're muted right now, okay.
Right now.
Okay, so
When it actually gets underway, I'll make it live, so we can actually hear it.
okay, that's good. I'll let
The stream should be able to hear stuff right now.
right now. Okay, we'll double check.
Like
Thanks
I
so
said,
much.
I'm just gonna get the table.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so, oh, no, I have, pretty sure. Because I just saw just what's one. Yes. Okay, I'll download it. Yeah. Can I have that USB back? Just one more. One of us just so
You can go first. I'll go second. You can go first. Invite me first. Then me.
just other way.
Other.
One more.
उठा दो
Try my best. That's good.
এখানে এটা আমি ডিস করতেছি সারফেস প্রেজেন্টেশন লোড হচ্ছে
Yeah, no, that's right.
স্ট্রিমিয়ার স্টেজে কোন জায়গায়
নিপ্রাস ছেলে না মেয়ে?
মেয়ে।
মেয়ে। আচ্ছা, আচ্ছা। I would understand.
I know a Nibras.
Civil কোথাও
I know a Nibras who's the girl.
independent bachelor's and master's করেছে।
But মানে Nibras নামে একজনকে চিনি, it's a girl.
So yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Select Windows screen. Enter screen Streamer Studio. কোনটা দিব? Enter. Okay. Yeah. Even in the next stage, only the host can see you. Only add you. Always add you. That's us. Where is that? Yes, another. Here. Like one. Yes. Like to put open.
So they brought in speakers with the academic. You got invited to do that as well.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
it was.
না মানে অল পয়েন্টটা সারফেস থেকে যাবে না পাওয়ার পয়েন্টটা সারফেস থেকে যাবে না কিন্তু সারফেস থেকে ওকে মাদার আসলে ওকে
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Madara Dias. On behalf of the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada and the Paris Initiative, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Canadian War Museum for today's policy workshop on Indigenous-led Arctic sovereignty and climate security in a shifting US-Canada strategic landscape. We are honored to welcome distinguished scholars, Indigenous leaders, policymakers, practitioners, students, and guests from across Canada and beyond for this important conversation on Arctic sovereignty, security, climate change, and Indigenous leadership. Before we start, I would like to share a few housekeeping reminders. Washrooms are located in the left of the group entrance. Emergency exits are located in your right along the hallway. In an emergency situation, please follow the instructions provided by the museum staff and event organizers. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent mode during presentation. And please note that the opening session and the keynote speech will be live streamed and recorded. By remaining in the event space, you acknowledge that you may appear in event photographs. We encourage everyone to participate respectfully and engage in constructive dialogue throughout the day. Thank you for your cooperation. We now move on to the opening remarks. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. David Newman, a Rotarian, a retired lawyer to the King's Council, who has extensive experience in public policy, governance, and strategic engagement, continues to support meaningful dialogue on complex national and international issues. Please welcome David Newman.
You have every reason to wonder why I'm here first. Normally, you would expect an Indigenous elder to be here. You've got a white settler, elder, visitor, ancestral settler, multi-generations of people who have the privilege of having lived in Canada in partnership with the Indigenous peoples of this land. My ancestors were not only wonderful beneficiaries being settlers, but they were also veterans, many of them veterans. I myself have had the privilege of living for 5 generations. Taxi driver on the way here, I was jealous of because he told me he has lived with 6 generations and has great-grandchildren. I'm not there yet. But before that, of course, there were thousands of years of the presence on the homeland, the original homeland, by original peoples. And we have the challenge today, together, to find out how we can help the co-creation process, the co-design process of a last frontier for the benefit of peoples around the world, for the benefit of all our relations, and that is all of the rest of nature besides humanity. And we do so, of course, in a sovereign state construct and the complications of a confederation and the complexity of multiple jurisdictions increasing in number. We're in the context of, since 1975, 33 modern day treaties, which were created either through final agreements, comprehensive treaties, or specific treaties. Self-governing components, certainly self-management components for Indigenous peoples. I've had the privilege of being in a province where we have now honored a person who was called a traitor in Louis Riel. We have a premier who is a First Nations premier, Bob Canute. We have a representative in the cabinet, the federal government, named Rebecca Chartrand, representing Churchill Kuwait, a huge swath of northern Manitoba, and multiple treaties in our province. By the way, we're one. Treaty 1 is one of 11 numbered treaties, and 6 of them either by adhesion or otherwise. 6 of those 11 of Manitoba First Nations connected to them and protected by them. So Manitobans are all in relationship with Indigenous peoples. Because we're on the territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe nations, I thought it was absolutely necessary to adopt the land acknowledgement, which is utilized, and I chose because I'm a champion, community champion for the Canadian Race Relations Foundation. The land acknowledgement is I respectively acknowledge the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation as the first peoples of the land that I live and work on, and currently known as Ottawa-Gatineau region. I affirm and recognize the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation's rights and role as land protectors and defenders. I commit to acting in solidarity with them, treating them, their land with respect, and participating in continued learning about their beliefs, traditions, and culture. I acknowledge and respect the First Nations and Métis peoples and Inuit who also live on this land and make up the diversity. What is noteworthy is they left out unceded. And I picked up another in my entry into my hotel, another land acknowledgement, which is, I also adopt this as a guest, as a visitor to this region. The Ottawa region is the traditional and unceded territory of an Anishinaabe Algonquin who have stewarded and traveled and inhabited these lands for millennia. We acknowledge the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit on this land and commit to working together by building stronger relationships, developing meaningful connections, and through deliberation. And that's exactly what we're doing here. I brought with me two things as I close. This is the medicine tie we did collectively in Winnipeg 10 years ago. And I held on to it for the appropriate moment to distribute that tobacco where we are today. I also received this pouch 31 years ago. And I kept it for this kind of occasion when I visited another territory. And the elders told me to gift the tobacco to that church. So on behalf of all of you, all of us who are ancestral settlers, I commit to do that and look forward to a wonderful, wonderful exchange of ideas and the development of co-design that we can put together in civil society in partnership with the government, people like Rebecca Chartrand, who support the Arctic Council and also support the whole concept of the empowerment of Indigenous peoples in our north through training, and the funds from our Department of Defense can contribute greatly to that happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. Mr. David Newman is our founder advisor, and he brought wisdom this morning with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome from a very often ignored Winnipeg. Thank you very much for being with us this morning in National Capital. And as I would like to lay the context of our adventure here today in Ottawa. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of the territory on which we gather, and Indigenous peoples across the North, whose lands, waters, knowledge system, and governance traditions sit at the center of this work. For our project, this acknowledgement is not ceremonial, it is methodological, ethical, and above all political. The Arctic is not empty strategic space, it is homeland, memory, governance, and responsibility. And before I go further, a big shout out to Team Canada yesterday for 6 goals over Qatar. I was watching it with the courtesy of Porter Airlines because they have Wi-Fi. And what a great timing to come to Ottawa. The audience, on behalf of the Institute, thank you for your time and expertise because we have gathered many people, and you will be delighted to know that one of our guests actually flew from Bangladesh, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, and another friend flew from Jakarta, Dr. Hadi. So we have brought people from all over the world, mostly. So I would like to thank Department of National Defense and Mines Program in particular, whose support lets us bring indigenous leaders, defense experts, climate scientists, officials, and youth into the same room, convening that is not easy, but necessary. Workshop 1 in Winnipeg that we held on 31st of March established a foundation. The Arctic cannot be secured by hardware alone. Radar, ports, and surveillance matter, but they are not sufficient. Its strongest message was that sovereignty must be understood as lived capacity, housing, energy, food system, emergency preparedness, and authority of communities to shape the decisions that affect their future. Arctic sovereignty is not simply control of space, it is a care of place, and their indigenous knowledge is symbolic. It is actually operational intelligence. So let me put our central question plainly this morning. In this moment, what are we talking about when we talk about our sovereignty? It helps to be precise. Stephen Krasner in Sovereignty, in his book, Organized Hypocrisy, reminds us that the word carries at least 4 meanings: international legal sovereignty, the mutual recognition of states, Westphalian sovereignty, and exclusion of external authority from one's territory. Domestic sovereignty, the capacity to actually be governed within one's borders, and independent sovereignty, the ability to control what crosses them, people's goods, data, and threats. Canada's international legal sovereignty over the Arctic is not in question. What is tested daily is our domestic and interdependent sovereignty, the effective capacity to monitor, to provide, to govern across the North. That is what lived capacity names. A line on a map is not the same as the power to act on it. This question has become sharper because the ground has shifted beneath us. Prime Minister CRRIC has described the change in our relationship with the United States not as transition, but as rupture, the breaking of an old order rather than an adjustment within it. This very morning, actually yesterday, also today, partly, in Brussels, the US Secretary of War told NATO defense ministers that the alliance can no longer be a one-way street, announced a 6-month review of American forces in Europe, and made clear that the United States will not always carry the burden for others. And the Arctic Council, our principal forum for circumpolar cooperation, has been diminished since war with Russia has paused in 2022. Its agenda narrowed just when shared governance is most needed. So the honest question is this: can Canada protect its sovereignty by itself? And if so, to what extent? The candid answer is layered. In a purely military sense, no Arctic nation, Canada included, secures its North alone. We remain bound to NORAD and to alliance structures that are themselves under strain. But in the sense that matters most for legitimacy and endurance, domestic and interdependent sovereignty, Canada can and must build the effective presence that no ally can supply on our behalf. This is where Canada's first defense industrial strategy, Security, Sovereignty and Prosperity, released this February, aligns with our project. Its stated purpose is strategic autonomy, a build partner buy approach that prioritizes Canadian capacity, and notably for us, a dedicated pillar on working with domestic partners in Canada's North and Arctic, with measures to strengthen Indigenous workforce development. ICASUS speaks directly to that pillar. Investment in the North earns its legitimacy only when it builds community capacity, rather than repeating older patterns of extraction. Dear audience, consider one concrete model, the Canadian Rangers. This largely indigenous force is among the armed forces' few persistent assets in the land, the eyes and ears and the voice of remote regions, anchoring sovereignty in the people who actually live there. The model is now drawing international attention. During this spring's Operation Nunalivut, Denmark sent a delegation to Yellowknife and Inuvik to study whether a Greenlandic version could be created. And the new Danish Arctic Agreement explicitly explores Greenlandic ranges. Yet the difficulties are real and instructive. Greenland has no comparable tradition of military service. A model cannot simply be transplanted across different histories and even in Canada. Rangers training is limited, the force is not a combat formation, and we risk romanticizing it rather than resourcing it properly. Let me be candid about critique of our own project too. A fair observer will ask whether framing sovereignty as everything, housing, climate, culture, and defense at once, risks stretching the concept until it loses its analytical edge. Others will ask whether bringing indigenous knowledge into a defense frame instrumentalizes it, turning relationship into a resource for the state. And many will rightly ask whether our consultation has truly become co-design or remains an advisory layer on decisions already made. These are not reasons to abandon the work, they are the questions that keep it honest. The audience. So today, our task is to move from diagnosis toward refinement and validation. We want your critique of the assumptions, your help finding the gaps, and your advice on the recommendations, including how scenario-based tools such as various simulation things can support realistic planning around rapid deployment, severe weather, indigenous territory compliance, and infrastructure vulnerability. And this cannot end with one report. This project, which is called ICASUS, should begin a sustained multi-year agenda, partnership with indigenous governments, support for indigenous youth, and field-based research on resilience, energy, data governance, and civil-military cooperation. Future funding here is not merely an academic concern, it is a sovereignty concern. Good policy needs evidence. Good security needs trust. Good infrastructure needs community legitimacy. And good sovereignty needs people. So let's be collegial, but candid. Let us ask where policy language is ahead of implementation, where consultation still falls short of co-design, and what kind of Arctic future we are building, and who gets to define it. My thanks again to the Department of National Defense and MINDS team, to our speakers and partners, and above all to the indigenous leaders, elders, and knowledge holders whose insights remind us that Arctic sovereignty is lived, relational, and intergenerational. It must be built with those who call the North home. The audience, just as a note, we invited Elder Norma Kasi from Yukon, but at the last moment, actually, a day before, she kind of possibly suffered some health issues and could not be here today. But she was with us on 31st of March in Winnipeg with full force. And I wish you could meet Norma Kasi at some other point in time. A wonderful spirit from Yukon, and she also works for Yukon University. So once again, thank you very much on behalf of the Institute for being here, and we look forward to a very successful day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kausalaman. We now move to our keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Matthew Landrieu. Dr. Matthew Landrieu is the director of the Observatoire de la Politique at La Sécurité de l'Arctique. He teaches in the School of Political Studies at the University of Ottawa and the School of Conflict Studies at St. Paul's University. He is also affiliated with the Center for International Policy Studies at the University of Ottawa and the Center for Inter-University Research on the International Relations of Canada and Quebec. He earned his doctorate from the University of Ottawa in 2013. His research focuses on Arctic security, Canadian foreign policy, sovereignty, public opinion, media framing, and the evolution of Arctic governance. His work is especially relevant to understanding how political narratives, public perception, and the institutional actors shape Canada's Arctic policy, security debates, and the broader governance challenges in the circumpolar region. Dr. Landrieu, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me and bringing together all these brilliant people. Really looking forward to discussion. Of course, one of the central theme of this conference will be the Arctic, a topic that is subject to passionate debates in this country, inflamed also at times nationalist sentiment, for sure. My research, among other things, and the list was long, but was focused mostly on understanding how the Arctic is perceived by people, including in the media. I was describing the media, how people perceive the Arctic in public opinion, and how it's translated into Arctic governance. So that was a bit my work in the past 15 years. Of course, anybody that analyzes Arctic assessments of security, going all the way back, say, to the early 2000s, know that interest about the Arctic fluctuates. Falls off the radar at time, and now we seem to ride on a wave of interest for some of the reasons that were evoked by So we know, however, that whether it's on the radar or kind of off of it, there are always some myths, some misperceptions, at times some falsehoods that circulates that are popular about the Arctic. And that must be debunked, that must be deconstructed, because those ideas come back, whether it's in the early 2000s, you know, the late 2000s, 2010s, even to this day, those same ideas are kind of recycled. It's funny to think sometimes a failure to recognize those myths, to recognize these misperceptions, could lead us to fall in a trap of applying global security assessments to a region that has really specific dynamics, really specific characteristics. We take, for example, and I think there are plenty of examples, and I expose these examples when I code. Usually I go back in time. You go back to, for example, newspapers in the early 2000s, when there were still newspapers. And it seems like another era, where you would read many claiming that terrorists would get to the Canadian Arctic in the early 2000s. We evoke this threat with a smile, thinking that's not possible. Which terrorist would go to a Calvert to do a terrorist attack? So it doesn't seem to make sense. At the time, however, this was evoked as a real possibility. Of course, with the war on terror, early 2000, you could apply the terrorist frame to anything to get attention. It usually worked. It didn't make sense, however. Okay. So I'll go over 4 misperceptions, falsehoods that I think are recycled into these different era of Arctic interests. And I think the most obvious, most pervasive, let's say, a misperception would be to consider the Arctic region as one unitary, uniform region. So to say the Arctic, and to think the Russian Arctic, the European Arctic, Canadian Arctic, North American Arctic is the same, or going through some of the same dynamics, the same way, or through the same pace, which of course is a simplification when you look in terms of climate, you look in terms of socioeconomic needs, you look in terms of public opinion as well. You don't have the same landscape, you don't have the same realities in the different Arctics. So to consider the Arctic as plural, as many sub-regions, not just one uniform region, is a really important point to make. Just a very simple example, to not treat the Northern Sea Route in the Russian Arctic the same as we treat the Northwest Passage in the Canadian Arctic. They are not going through the same, at the same pace anyway, climate changes. And we are not experiencing the same changes in shipping at all, or the same risks, the same levels of risk, and the same levels of investment from national states. In terms of potential as well. to not look at it as one singular region also allow us to consider that socioeconomic needs are very different in terms of housing, healthcare, education, you name them, in the Canadian Arctic compared to the Norwegian. Some Norwegian colleagues will present later on this morning. Not the same reality at all. Not the same needs, not the same challenges that we're facing in both Arctics. I think the same perception, the same misperception afflicted Canada's Arctic policy for a long time during the ARPA years. That same idea of seeing the Arctic as one uniform region was encapsulated in the political slogan, use it or lose it. Just use it or lose it, fine, be there, control, surveillance, etc. But the it just really means we use the Arctic or we lose it all, which of course back then didn't make sense, still now doesn't make sense. There are some disputes on some very specific parts of the Canadian Arctic. Not all of it is under dispute. So it's to have a place-based analysis, lens of analysis is really crucial when we look at Arctic issues. Of course, it saddened me because I make this point, and at the same time I do a survey in 2024 and 2025 with Canadians. I asked them if they believe in the use it or lose it idea, and 85% of respondents answered yes. Was disappointed thinking our messaging doesn't go through, or this is a very popular idea, and I get why politicians would get this idea, but must refrain from using this perception of the entire region as one uniform space. In my mind, looking at it this way also prevents us from assessing threats, specific threats, in the correct way, especially the Chinese threat. Beyond pointing out that China described itself as a near Arctic state, it's been often repeated, sure, or that China is more present in the Arctic, correct. It's paramount to identify where China is in the Arctic region. The region is vast. So what part of the Arctic region is seeing more Chinese activities? So to focus on the Russian Arctic, off the coast of Alaska, sure. Yakko Ridge, of course. It's where most Chinese scientific activity is located. Important to locate these specific parts and not, for example, Greenland. Some of us wanted us to believe that China is all over Greenland in January. Finally, I do surveys and I do public opinion studies. It's important to have more refined views of how Northerners think. And what really spurred this idea of doing surveys in the North is to go beyond Northerners thinks this way or Northerners think that way, but to complexify it. Are there segments of the Canadian North public opinion that think a certain way? And definitely there is. When you do statistical analysis, you realize that residents in the Northwest Territories are thinking radically differently than other Northerners on many key issues, security and economic development specifically. Yukon and Nunavut are about, on the same page most of the time. That Indigenous and non-Indigenous people think differently as well in relation to threats. We'll address some of this in the afternoon in a panel discussion. Gender, which is often a variable that is not as analyzed. Gender lies are relevant. And female and male respondents think differently about Arctic security. And now let's take that for granted. When it is a key factor, we must acknowledge it. Recognize that there's different public opinions. The second one is a myth, not a misperception. I hope that falsehood is not so popular in this room. I think we live maybe in a bubble. I would ask, for example, the cause of climate change and global warming. I think the response in this room will be pretty unanimous, pretty consensual, driven. Yes. of course, we tend to live in a bubble. And often when I do empirical studies, I'm confronted with that realization that, of course, we all know the causes of climate change. Then you do a survey and you realize that 40% of Canadians think that either climate change is caused by natural cycles or the science of climate is not settled. We don't know. 40%. Pretty huge chunk of the Canadian population. It's the same number, by the way, in the north, because we did that same survey in northern Canada, thinking they are confronted with climate change every day. Global warming is speeding up. Probably that number is lower. It's the same, 40%. 40% of northerners think this climate science is not settled, or it's just natural cycles. It's not humans, right? So it is our responsibility, in my mind, to remind the public and the media of the cause of climate change, especially in this area dominated by disinformation, fake news. Do a lot of content analysis or reading and coding tens of thousands of social media posts myself on this, on disinformation, had two profound impact on me. First one, I think part of my soul died reading so many of those messages denying reality. I wonder if you live in the same reality, really, than people posting this. But the other one is that disinformation is a beast, not an unstoppable one that we can confront. Social media platforms are more responsible. We see those disinformation numbers going down dramatically. They're not going to do it on their own often, so we need to put pressure on them, but also government. And it's also our responsibility to communicate climate science better. So that number, that 40% number goes down. Too high in my mind. Third one is a misrepresentation. I think this is particularly pervasive in media accounts about the Arctic, but also in some academic and many different circles, looking at the Arctic as an infinite treasure trove of natural resources. True, there are strategic natural resources present in the Arctic region: oil, gas, critical minerals. We know this, we have good estimates. The tendency, however, is to exaggerate potential. As one headline kind of pointed out, to present the Arctic Ocean as a $1 trillion ocean. No, it's $1 trillion. So it's to downplay obstacles, it's to downplay limitations, to the development, the exploitation of natural resources, long distances, special technology, exploration costs going through the roof, specific market dynamics. Makes it so that it's cheaper to exploit oil, gas, minerals anywhere else around the world but the Arctic region. There are many challenges. When you just look at potential, you think that there's those huge headline graphic numbers. They're not reality. Potential is not reality. Potential. I think this is a bit too common. I think it goes back to the first misrepresentation of we tend to see one natural resource development, for example, in the Russian Arctic, especially on natural gas. And we extrapolate it, we think it's the same in all other parts of the Arctic region. It's a bonanza there, it's going to be a bonanza here. Would be, of course, hiding that the Russian state is investing a massive amount of resources to develop their natural resources that are part of the Arctic. This is mostly state-driven, not business-driven. And they have deposits of world-class deposits that can't be matched in other parts. That's another question. The last misrepresentation that I think is relevant is to consider the Arctic region as the new Far West, or the Far North. Doesn't really translate, but kind of a new Far West. a place where cooperation is absent, confrontations everywhere, very little norms or rules around to regulate behaviors. Without sounding naive or oblivious to the overall geopolitical context, yes, things have changed and there's more competition globally than in the past. I think in the Arctic region, we also have to focus on what worked. The rules and norms that were agreed upon by states and non-state actors alike in the past 15 years. Agreements have been put in place in the Arctic region on just in the past 15 years on search and rescue, shipping, continental shelves, oil spill preparedness, fisheries. On all of those, states are cooperating on key issues. So it's not true that cooperation is not there. It's there. I think a lot of our coverage is when it fails. So when the Arctic Council, for example, the work of the Arctic Council was suspended after the mass invasion of Ukraine by Russia, focused on just as a area of confrontation, lack of failure of cooperation. Little attention, however, at the same time was devoted to the fact that all Arctic states were still meeting to the conference of parties related to the moratorium on commercial fisheries in the Central Arctic Ocean. Of course, Arctic states, especially including Canada, were not really keen on promoting the fact that they were in the same room as Russian diplomats. They were. So cooperation was still there, not promoted, and not talked about. But cooperation endured even in the worst of times on specific issues when there is common interests, when there's a will to talk to one another, in cases when we have no choice to talk to one another. We have to cooperate on fisheries. The experts, Susan, I will also raise the point that we'll need to talk to Russia somewhere in the future on continental shelves to negotiate the contours of continental shelves with them. I'm saying tomorrow, I'm not saying, soon, but I'm saying sometime we'll need to do this. So just to say, I want to leave you with this note of, because some of the misperceptions or falsehoods are really depressing. Actually, that's 40% going to stick in my head. It's a really depressing thing. But there is an optimistic note. There are areas where friends and rivals have worked together in the Arctic region. They have cooperated. There's hope for an Arctic future of Arctic governance if we pass those alarmist headlines that states can cooperate with. So I'll leave you on this note. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward very much to hearing fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful keynote. I would like to invite Dr. Kausa Ahmed to present the honorarium of appreciation of our keynotes to our keynote speaker, Dr. Landrio, as a token of gratitude.
Disclaimer, the bag doesn't represent the sincerity of the honest. Thank you. And Professor Landry actually brought his students. If you raise hands, where are you folks? Oh, wow, wonderful. Young folks, very welcome to the discussion of the North. And this is why we greatly appreciate Professor Landry's contribution to this initiative. Thank you, Professor.
Our next presenter is Andrew G. Smith. Andrew G. Smith is a Yukon-based Arctic security and intergovernmental relation professional and the former project lead of the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security. Since 2021, his work has focused on Yukon security, defense procurement, infrastructure investment, and strengthening the North's role in Canada's Arctic security agenda. He has also been involved with the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security, a Northern Canada-based think tank focused on Arctic security and policy. Please join me in welcoming Andrew Smith.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to Dr. Ahmed for the invitation to talk to you today. Okay, great. So like we said in the description, I ran the Canadian Institute for Security project in the government of Yukon over the course of 2024 up until earlier this year. I'll just off the top, it's a bit sensitive that I'm here, so I just want to kind of ask your participation in Chatham's rule about sharing knowledge and not really protecting me is really what I'm trying to do. I am a Yukon government employee. I am not here today on behalf of the Yukon government. I am on vacation. They haven't paid for anything. They're not paying for me to be here. And the words that I'm going to give you today are my words. They are not the government of Yukon's words. I do not want anyone coming out of here and going back to someone else and saying that Yukon government says this, believes this. That is not the case. So I just want to make that very clear to folks in the room. Hope appreciate and respect that. I hope this thing's battery's going to it's okay. So the Canadian Institute for Security project, of course, goes back in many cases. I can get it. It's got battery to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and a change in the world of how we saw the security situation writ large. And then particularly because Russia was involved, there was a northern element and an Arctic element to that. So Canada got to work, Yukon and the North got worried. The Senate held an exercise to create a report of Arctic security, and I created Yukon government's contribution to that when we had Premier Sandy Silver. Then we changed premiers to Premier Ranch Pillay in early 23, shortly followed by the balloon incidences of certainly of Chinese origin over the U.S., continental U.S., and then a couple other mysterious objects, one of which was shot down in central Yukon, and Yukon found itself in a security situation with the Special Forces of Public Safety Canada and RCMP units that probably a lot of people don't know about in the backwoods of Yukon trying to find this thing. Premier Pillay also created the Arctic Security Advisory Council, of which Dr. Coates was member and chair, and his work followed into the CIAS. So once that group finished their work, the council finished their work, the next step was to create something that lasted a bit longer, or could potentially last longer, and that was the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security. We did work in 3 areas. One was commentary, that was editorials and essays that we had published on our website as well as in local newspapers. And we had 20 articles issued posted throughout 2025. We had 2 research contracts, one on safeguarding democracy. It was really a exercise in foreign interference in elections in the Canadian North. But as the research went on and the researcher said, I can't really find that much. I said, well, you can expand it out and do it with like foreign interference, generally economic interference. We also had a student produce a paper that looked at existing and potential infrastructure positions for the Canadian Armed Forces, particularly the Navy and the Air Force, in order to offer some advice on reach and capability with their existing vessels. For events, 3 things I'll profile here. Conference Zero was something of a launch pad for the CIAS, public launch for it. 80 participants, we did it virtual and in person. We did it over the course of 1 day and really targeted that practitioner operational level to try and baseline people to where they think they might fit into an Arctic security conversation and on those themes. We held Latitude, which was an invitation-only executive roundtable in Haines Junction. Closed doors. Latitude was a bit of a play of a name. It was bring people to a northern latitude and put them in a room where they have the latitude to have wide discussions that are not going to be criticized or publicly, those comments are all, secret just between us here, but between the people who were in the room at the time, bringing together government, Indigenous, military, business, and academia to have that conversation. So more North-South connections and more interpersonal connections. And then Arctic Summit and Conference 1. Arctic Summit was late February of this year, 400 people in person. It was a business conference and a security conference, and we bridged those 2 things. We separated out those 2 things, and we had a lot of people interested in what the connections are between them. And I think it was a great success and a great way to wrap up the Canadian Arctic Security project. So there's a teaser there. The CIS is no longer active, and the online resources are no longer available. If there is something that piques your interest that you want, I can try to get it for you. But I'm here, I think, to share insights of the experience of CIS and people or programs or ideas that are moving into an Arctic security space that maybe you can, gives you a leg up on what you might be thinking of doing. The first thing on that list is what's your definition of Arctic security? So the CIS created a definition of Arctic security that was sort of by necessity, all encompassing. It was everything, it was for everybody, and it bothered me a lot. And it was necessary for it to be that way in order for the Institute to have buy-in for a number of different reasons in a number of different sectors. But after putting into practice, I created and worked with a more specific definition and how it was adopted. And so the insight is it is consistent that Northerners will put things into a security basket, an Arctic security definition, and they have every right to do that. And this group in your group does too. What I found was that the CIS needed to take a position of where it can be a difference maker. And so the definition was revised into, basically a text. It was, are there hundreds of people and hundreds of millions of dollars working on this issue in the North already? Climate change, healthcare, fentanyl. I'm not going to be the difference maker as a one-man unit. Where are the places where it can make a difference? And where those places were where the jurisdiction was within Canada, but they didn't have to reach into northern populations. So that's really the shadier sides of public safety and security and defense in digital awareness, disinformation, foreign interference, economic interference, and ideologically motivated extremism. So that's where my focus went by the time the project ended. I'd say the challenge in communication as well as understanding threat realities. So we had to set up some filters in order to say what was true and what was relevant. And in the commentary series, Dr. Whitney Lackenbauer, I'm sure most of you know, he contributed his through to an in concept. I won't go into it just because of time right now. You can find that stuff online, but it was a matter of filtering through things about what is a legitimate Arctic security threat in a security related definition, and filtering for the relevance of CIS being able to make a difference in that particular area. I don't know if anyone knows the concept of L6, that's the level 6. So you go from a CEO, you go 6 levels down, and you reach the person who actually knows what they're talking about before it's all diluted by communications upwards. And so my operating MO was to really get to those L6s, and those are the ones who I want to talk to, those are the ones who I want to connect in together so that they know who to talk to each other at that level, and to draw out from them what is being missed, parts of the narrative or things that are adjusted or skewed in a different way as communications from deputy ministers and to ministers in any government, and then are projected to the public. So what else is missing? So just on a general piece on Lackenbauer is that I think he still believes this, is that the number one threat to the Arctic is via climate change, but that comes with a big star beside it that I want to emphasize, and that's that a climate changed Arctic is not necessarily an easier to access Arctic. So it's, yes, there may be a maritime domain where that becomes clear, depends how ice works. Yukoner, and I got a guy from the prairies, I don't know how ice works. But the terrestrial aspect of it is like if that permafrost thaws, that's not easier to get across, that's harder. So these things of switching what the narratives are based on some factors we know. I'm not going to say this point out loud, but you can read the second one on the screen. Attacks will be in our gray zone threats and below threshold threats. Oh, you're behind. Okay, this isn't mirroring that. So I'm on slide 15. Gray zone threats and below threshold threats. Matthew was talking about that a moment ago. Ideologically, information and economically based. Eric's here who will talk to you about China and hopefully back me up on this. China playing a long and quiet game, multi-generational work. Which is fine strategy for your national interests. And Russia is happy to sow discord in Western societies. This is stuff from Marcus Kolga, who presented at the Arctic Summit. The US has become an unsteady global ally. We saw that in in great detail in January with Greenland, particularly as it relates to the Arctic. And I've just sent this small blue note on the side just to remind me. I've been spending the last 5 weeks in Edmonton, and I have family connections in Alberta. The Western or the Alberta separatist thing, even before I went down to Alberta, I was getting that. It was all over my Facebook with like how many different groups posting this stuff and cross-posting this stuff. And then CBC a couple of weeks ago had an article about international persons. I wouldn't say they were organized for states, state-sanctioned activities that were just monetizing themselves off of sowing disinformation through Facebook and stuff. So these things are real. These things are happening right now. I would not bat an eye to believe that there are groups that have been created by foreign governments or state-sponsored or supported in some way on Alberta independence. It absolutely is happening. And the same can happen anywhere in Canada. Okay, so a couple bulk slides here to keep us on time. What did I say this was? Right, a moving target in geopolitics, so as you define moving targets. So the CIS intended to build a more sophisticated baseline of awareness on Arctic security and very specifically always said threats and opportunities. It was not just saying what was going to go wrong, it was saying what's coming, and go back to 2024, early 25, when we didn't know what defense was going to look like. We had an idea of that and wanted to get Yukoners and Northerners ready for that. So of course that aligned well with the NATO commitments, it aligned well with changing US foreign policy, it aligned well with global interests changing in the Arctic. And the intent was that at the end of the project term, governments, individuals, and businesses would have a better idea of where they fit into Arctic security and how they want to capitalize on that. Further actions, creating those connections across governments at top levels, at L6 levels, and making sure those contacts are clear and existing so that no one has to ask. When Eric came to Arctic Summit, I said, this is Eric and Andrew, and you're going to, different Andrew, and you're going to call them when you want to talk China. And that's, I think, how it went. And they had their meetings to help out with that. Again, aligning private briefings and capitalizing on the events we were already producing. So I think northern governments, they do rightfully turn to Canada for security. And it used to be but in there, but it's and right now, and argue that all elements of society are security. And the trouble with that is that security development, like actual building of, I'll take a Yukon example, Northern Operational Support Hub, is not being looked at in a different way than building any other building or building any other type of project. The narrative has not met the moment, in my opinion. The urgency is not externally communicated, in my opinion. And northern governments are not saying how they will help achieve these goals. It's still nothing about us without us, and it does not include, and this is how we are going to move fast and make this work. That was my greatest failure at Arctic Summit, was when I had folks up and they got to nothing about us, agree, but they never went the next step, even after the year and a half of trying to get people into this position. So I'll admit that tragically. As Matthew said on sovereignty, I do feel similarly, if everything is Arctic security, the concept is diluted, and actual security vulnerabilities that exist, in my opinion, aren't getting the attention that they need to meet a threat. Final insights page here. I gotta hesitate to say this one out loud, but Carney did talk about it taking sacrifice for NATO 5%. And some Canadians have seen the impact of what, how the world has changed. I don't think Northerners have as much. And it's real that we have to be aware of that, and we've got to perhaps embrace it, that this is what is necessary in order to accomplish the longevity of our society. I think also because Arctic gets highlighted in defense policies at a certain, we'll say, percentage, that percentage is then assumed to be what the percentage of the funding will be that goes to the North, and then we need to recognize that the Canadian Armed Forces need to protect all of Canada, not just the North. Yes, the North is underdeveloped. Yes, the North is underprotected. But I see examples of name your $1 billion announcements and the North thinking that that's all for them, and there's just a correction how to think about that. Another correction, rather than a correction, something that just doesn't exist, is a definition of dual use infrastructure, an official definition of it. We sat at Arctic Security Working Group last year and debated this for a moment and talked with the Americans next. Do you guys have a definition for this? And they said they're working on it. But, you know, because the military uses a road 0.5% of the time, does that make it a piece of dual use infrastructure? If you want to answer that question is yes, then I'll ask you another question. Is that, okay, if that is a legitimate piece of military infrastructure, that's also a legitimate military target. Are you ready to take on the responsibility and the consequence of, if something happens, that is something that can, by the rules of war, be attacked and be removed from your use? So it's a complicated thing, and it's used, I think, without a definition, working both ways on both sides of the argument. And I think it is also a fact that northern governments and businesses are not as well connected as they'd like to be on what the build out is going to be and the contract is going to be. I think there's an acknowledgement that the corporations in the north are not going to be the prime contractors getting the $3 billion contracts to rebuild Inuvik. But the companies in the north are the ones who are going to sub on that and who are going to be doing a lot of work. So they've got to know where they are on that. And it's a challenge to get all that information put together. So real quickly, to advise on your project and your projects, I think the good things to do and what CIS tried to do, socialize the urgency through more than just the political posturing, personal impact you might get it, or for a funding impact. Like, it's a necessary thing that folks need to focus on, need to be aware of and integrate into their thinking, not just for an end goal of their own profit or political expansion. Keep capitalizing all the moments like we are today. I believe that fundamental facts bear repeating until they're reflected back to you. How many times have I told people in Yukon that Enosh is not a military base? There's a very distinct definition between those two things, and people still say that we're getting a military base in Whitehorse, which is untrue. So I have to keep doing that work. And security abstractions will never get attention over a local poly crisis. If you have problems in a remote northern community that are impacting people's lives from potentially killing people, fentanyl, for example, and mental health, you are not going to come in with an abstraction about this particular set of security problems that is not impacting on that day and have the attention of that government, of that community. So keeping things in mind to wrap up, ensuring and thinking about your definition of Arctic security is a fit for purpose. You do not have to adopt mine. That's the one that I found was the most useful and important to me. Your mileage may vary. I would ask you to look at what new and novel approaches you're doing that aren't duplicating what's already being done in the territories with Indigenous governments and with Northern academia. And if they are, finding ways to cooperate with them rather than doing duplication or counter work with them. And try and get to something that makes meaningful change and creates action for building security. What can genuinely move the needle? What can change how people think? What can be integrated into systems in order to have a better and more secure, sovereign, and prosperous Canadian North? Thank you for your time. That's all for me for now. I'll see you in the afternoon. I'm opposed inside.
Before Alberta separates, please.
I'm not living there, I'm just there temporarily. I'm going to convince my parents to stay.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Smith. We have arranged light refreshment, including snacks and coffee to your left. Please feel free to help yourself. Our next speaker is Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed. Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed is a retired professor of international relations at the University of Dhaka and currently serves as executive director of the Center for Alternatives in Bangladesh. He is also listed as a visiting professor at Taylor University in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. His academic work focuses on international relations, South Asian politics, peace and conflict studies, mass violence, violent extremism, migration, refugees, and the Rohingya crisis. He has authored, co-authored, and edited 55 books and 20 monographs, and has published more than 125 research papers and scholarly articles. Dr. Ahmed has also led several national and international research projects on security, displacement, political violence, and conflict-related issues, making his expertise highly relevant to studies on governance, crisis response, and regional security. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Friends, I have a little experience in Ottawa because I studied here at Carleton, stayed here for 6 years, so I know a little bit of Ottawa. But I must thank the organizers for thinking that I can contribute, mainly because I work on geopolitics. And the way I look at it, Arctic is part of the human, the Earth, so it's part of everyone. It's not only a headache for Canada, but headache for the world. And I'll try to make sense of that. I can change from here.
Yeah, you can.
Well, I can do that, but it doesn't come.
There's something copied. Have you copied it to the desktop? Yes, let's copy this. You can go ahead and click. You can continue. Okay, we'll put it up.
Okay, let the slides come.
Okay. So you can continue.
Okay.
Put it up. Yeah.
I start with two contentions. The first contention is a methodological contention. Why we talk about futures. If you're familiar with time in different civilizations, not that we understand time in a similar way. There are civilizations who understand time as a linear, as a linearity, but there are civilizations who look at time as circular. But more important is when we define time in the context of past, present, and futures, we have to be very careful in understanding these three, components, because past is not something we can change, we can revisit, we can review, we can redefine, but we cannot change the past. Present is also problematic. If you are a student of physics, there's nothing called present because present is cross between past and futures. So the moment I say present, I'm already past. So that's the other problem. The only thing humans have is futures, nothing else. Only futures. We are the only human beings, or we are the only beings actually who can redesign, or we can design futures. No other beings do that. Some of the beings they do instantly. Bees, for example, they make beautiful houses. The beehive, it's extraordinary. If you go inside, you can see that now with the modern technology. But they do it instantly. Humans are the only one. We plan, we design, and then we can implement. So when it comes to the Arctic, keep in mind that humans can make a difference, to whatever they want to do with the Arctic. The second, the slides are not coming. The second contention is the humans create geopolitics. Geopolitics does not create humans. It can only influence momentarily. Keep that also in mind. It's humans can make a difference to geopolitics, and the world is also created by humans. Geopolitics did not create the humans. And so we need to be very particular on that, because if we want to do something with the Arctic, it's only humans can do it. No other beings, and geopolitics itself will not do it also. It's all in our hands. It's in the hand of the people who are just sitting there who can make a difference to the Arctic. No slides? Also done? Okay, let me continue then. So what humans have done, particularly in the context of the Arctic, and this is where the age of the Anthropocene makes sense, because this is one age which a lot of critics would say has made a difference to the Earth, and one can start from different times. People would say 19th century, some can go back even earlier, but easily understood would be the statement that Oppenheimer made when he saw the atomic bomb go up, and he cited from Bhagavad Gita, and this is what he said, and I'm quoting Oppenheimer: "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," unquote. So that statement tells you the arrival of the age of the Anthropocene, and that makes a whole lot of difference of how we look at the world. No slides, Kausar?
Still slides.
Technology can fail you.
No, we'll be.
Yeah, because it will be easy to understand if we had the slides. That's my point. Here we are. No?
No.
This one, right? This one should go. Arctic conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you are. Thank you very much. What happened? Works. Okay, let me continue. Okay. So if we take the age of the Anthropocene, that's one way to understand of how humans have made a difference. The other one would be the human's crave for developmentalism. We are probably the only being who are stuck with this developmentalism. We need to produce. We cannot live with one thing. We are constantly producing, and that's the reason we are told we are technological beings, and we are, passionate in having our two hands making all the technologies one after another. Good. Okay, this is the mythological contention that I was talking about. Why futures? We need to talk of futures, mainly because this is the only thing that we have. Next slide, please. And the second slide, the humans create geopolitics. Geopolitics does not create humans. Keep that in mind, because these two are very important in order to understand what I'm going to say next. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so the age of the Anthropocene, and I've already cited Oppenheimer, and one can see that this has made a difference to the Earth, and I'll go one by one to give you a sense. Next slide, please. the developmentalism, and one can refer to it as the Medina syndrome, where humans would go to some place, and this is a good example, when the Portuguese colonized the Madeira, where you have this symptom called boom, bust, and quit. You go there, you make profits, and then the area gets destroyed, and you move to another place. And this is how the colonization of the world started. And this is very much in humans, in order to go somewhere, make the best of it, but then destroying everything and getting out of that. So developmentalism or the Madeira syndrome is also part of human beings, and that has created all the problems that we have in this world. Next slide, please. I talk about two dystopias. Climate dystopia level 1 would be, you look at the dismal state of the earth life. You have soil degradation, marine ecological collapse, freshwater depletion, habitat destruction, species extinction, impact of pesticides, and you can go on and on. So that's one kind of dystopia that we have today, and you can see how humans have made a difference to the earth. Next slide. And the climate dystopia 2 would be the Arctic and the melting of the ice. Now that has made a difference, and today we want to focus on this area because that's the subject of the conference. Next slide, please. Climate dystopia 2 made a geopolitical compulsion where you have the race for the Arctic. The changes that we see in the Arctic that also created the geopolitical compulsion. It was there always. I think one of the speakers pointed out. It's not something that Arctic came somewhere from else. It was always there. But why the difference? Well, humans made that difference. To the point, and one can talk about whether it was naturally done or whether humans have done it. That debate is still on. But the point is, the melting of the ice created this geopolitical compulsion where you have the race for the Arctic. Next slide, please. So you have a decreasing ice and the new navigability. So, most climate models project that the Arctic Ocean will see its first ice-free summer by 2040, 50, even if greenhouse gas emissions are significantly reduced. So it's not going to stop in any way. So what you have, and you can see how the humans are redrawing the Arctic because of the new navigability. Next slide, please. And so you have shipping routes of all kinds, and you can see how the prospect of it. The Northern Sea Route, you have the Transpolar Sea Route, you have Northwest Passage, and so it's making the best of the navigability that is coming up. Next slide, please. Mining in the Arctic is also something that is coming up. Arctic mining holds potential, and this is also suggestive with $1 trillion economy. And I think one of the speakers was also pointing out of the prospect which may materialize and may not, but it is there. Next slide. Arctic tourism is the other one, and this is how humans try to normalize things, as I said, when they get new areas. But tourism is one of the ways to do that. So here, the million tourists already is attracting million tourists, and this is how you normalize this area to say that, oh, this is part of the developmentalism that I was referring to is also coming to the Arctic. Next slide, please. So the Arctic trade routes is making a difference because the route that we have now through this site from the Suez Canal and the Horn of Africa, you can see some of the figures. The Northern Sea route is approximately 40% shorter than the Suez route, so that itself is attractive to the rest of the world. Not to mention, look at the cost. The cost will be 300,000 to 600,000 cheaper than Suez Canal, and one can easily see the profit momentum when it comes to having a Northern Sea route. Next slide, please. Now, the dire straits came up because of the war in the Middle East. When the hormones got blocked, immediately the critics started talking, oh, if we had that other group, then, this war would have been very different. The hormones would have not made much difference. So this is an interesting situation that the humans have to face. Next slide, please. So you have a profiting from the alternative trade routes, and we can see countries, Canada, China, European Union, even India, interestingly, came with an agreement. When Putin visited Delhi, there was an agreement between India and Russia, where the Russians allowed India to use the Arctic route. So one can see the changes that are coming up. And as I say, that it's a global issue. It's not just limited to the northern states. Next slide, please. But when you have that immediately, and this is not something different from other developmentalism, you try to militarize the area. That's the quick solution. What you do, you try to protect your terrain, and we can see all kinds of military exercises and installations, whatever, of the different countries, and very clear that the area is getting militarized day by day. Next slide, please. So my last few slides would be, can climate futures make a difference? See, if that is the state of what is happening now, ending with militarization and looking at it as a security issue, my question is, can climate futures make a difference? I fall back on the power of imagination. Way back, Ibn Arabi pointed out that he who does not know the status of imagination has no knowledge whatsoever. And this was then later on also cited by Einstein, that imagination is more important than knowledge. So keep the power of imagination, because, again, humans are the only beings. We don't know about other beings, whether they imagine, but humans do imagine, and that can make a difference to the Arctic. Next slide. Okay. So let's see the mainstreaming climate futures for the new paradigm, how we can make good use of the climate futures. Next slide, please. Well, you need to reimagine several things. One is reimagining development. That's central, because if you have the developmentalism, as I mentioned in the first third slide, you have to give up on that, and you have to reimagine development. How you do that? Well, making growth human. That's one way of thinking. You need to decolonize the mind. That's very fundamental. You need to embrace indigenous knowledge. Not to mention investing in degrowth innovation. There are some innovations which are degrowth. You need to globalize knowledge production. And finally, and which is very important, you need to socialize, or socializing profits and losses. So you just don't make profit for profit's sake. The next reimagining would be, next slide please, would be to reimagine water. When we talk about water, we normally understand H2O, twice hydrogen plus oxygen. But years back, I think almost 2 decades back, myself and a Nepali hydrologist, Ajay Dishit, we came out with H2O-P4. H2O, you can only do it in the lab. But the moment the water is out of lab, it's H2O-P4. The other P are very important. The slides is not showing. You need to shrink the slide a little bit. Anyway, the other, you have twice hydrogen and plus oxygen, but other P, 4 Ps are very important, and they are pollution, power, politics, and profit. So in science, you have H2O, but in social science, you have H2O-P4. You cannot have water. The water that you have in front of you has pollution. Pollution can be good and bad, but it also includes power, politics, and profit. Well, you can extend more P's, but the point is, it's not H2O. So you need to reimagine water in order to make best of the climate futures. Next slide, please. You need to reimagine ocean also, which is the source of life. And there is one statement by one of the critics who said, one drop of ocean, what it does, a single drop of seawater can contain millions of microorganisms, including species of phytoplankton that are responsible for producing at least half of the oxygen we breathe. So we need to reimagine ocean if we want to make best of climate futures. The final one is you need to reimagine geopolitics. Now, why we need to reimagine geopolitics? Next slide, please. When we think of geopolitics, the origin of geopolitics has been always conflictual. Next slide. And the reason is all the geopoliticians or the theorists, whether it's Zelen or Hosofer, Mackinder, name anyone, they all talked about geopolitics of conflict. And the idea was that if you control Central Asia or Central Europe, you control whole of Europe. If you control whole of Europe, you control the entire world. And this allowed the colonization of the world, actually. All these theories contributed to the colonization of the world. But that was geopolitics of yesteryears. My argument is that's not what geopolitics is. And we make the mistake. The moment we talk about geopolitics, we always think of conflict, largely because of the theorists who made geopolitics a big thing in their lifetime. Why we say that? Next slide, please. Because two things happened from the 60s onward. One is decolonization. Bulk of the world got decolonized. We are not living in a colonized system. There are colonial legacies which is true, but we are in decolonized world. And the second one is globalization. What globalization does is there was in capitalism, internationalization of trade, of finance, of banking, but not internationalization of production. Production, even those theorists who talked about capitalism earlier, never thought about capitalism becoming global in a scale where production becomes global. What it means is whatever we are wearing is not made in one country, it's made in several countries. Most of the garments that we wear are now made in Bangladesh, which makes little sense because the raw materials come from different countries, the machineries come from different countries. It gets assembled in Bangladesh. Same thing with Toyota, same thing with IBM computers, name anything, it's all global now. The production has become global. That's a different phase. Now, this decolonization and globalization has led to, next slide, please, to what I would refer to as a fluid multipolar world. And one can look at the global economy of 2026, the sum of the rising economies, and there is no way to stop this fluid multipolar world. Now, I say fluid because this will not be a rigid polar. We had unipolar, we had bipolar, both were very rigid, but not the multipolar that we have, that is emerging. And the main reason is because of globalization. You cannot have a rigid polar. So multipolar will be very fluid. That means countries would be tied with other polars in many ways. And this is unstoppable. Next slide, please. This takes us to what I would call geopolitics of cooperation. So what we are looking into the world is not geopolitics of conflict, but geopolitics of cooperation. And it's very difficult because you will need to frame your understanding from, make it multiverse, also multifocal, and also multi-layer. And this is a complex world that we are moving into. And we never faced this. The unipolar and bipolar were very simple, but the fluid multipolar is so complex. And on the top of that, seems you need to go through all this multiverse, multifocal, multi-layer. We are not prepared. Our education system is not prepared. Our university is not prepared. Our curriculum, but nothing. We are still only beginning to understand what this multiverse, multifocal, multi-layer world is all about. So it's a complex world, but there is potential for this geopolitics of cooperation and not geopolitics of conflict. And I can give you X number of examples where contradictory actors are cooperating. They're in conflict in many ways, but they're also cooperating in many areas. Next slide, please. So the possible outcomes, my last two slides, my possible outcomes in the Arctic from climate futures. Well, theoretically, one can think about refreezing the Arctic, which doesn't make any sense. It's too costly and it's not going to happen. So what you do, you take multi-policing the Arctic for humanity. It may sound very idealistic, but there's a little bit of realism in that because you have no other options other than to join hands. And this is where the geopolitics of cooperation is very central in this century. And for this, my last slide will help you to understand. If you look at the Arctic and if you look at the people, it has never been empty space. There are people who have been living there, and these are some of the communities that they have lived there. And they have lived there for ages peacefully. No conflict. But the point is, and hopefully this particular project will get into an understanding how could they live peacefully for ages. This would be the game changer. Because all the conflict that they had is with the outsiders. Those who come from outside, or a non-indigenous population, if you can use the word. So this is where I think the hope lies in making best of the Arctic. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Hammond. Our next presentation focuses on the Norwegian Arctic Strategy by Dr. Paul Sigurd Hilder. He's a professor of war studies at the Institute of Defense Studies, part of the Norwegian Defense University College. His research focuses on Norwegian security and defense policy, NATO, Arctic security, and the strategic importance of the High North. He earned his DPhil in politics from the University of Oxford and previously worked on security policy, policy planning, and NATO-related issues at the Norwegian Ministry of Defense. He has also served in leadership and advisory roles connected to Norwegian defense policy, including work with government-appointed defense commissions. Dr. Hilder is also the inaugural Norway chair at the Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies, where his expertise contributes to discussions on Arctic strategy, allied cooperation, and defense challenges in the circumpolar region. Please welcome Dr. Paul Sigurd Hilder.
Hello, good morning in Ottawa and hello from Oslo. I hope you can hear me, and also, yes, you can see me. I can see the screen there. So,
Paul, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
We can't.
Ah, okay. Hang on.
Yeah. Paul, just a second. We are trying to resolve a sound matter.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Speaking. Can you hear me? Hello? No luck? That's my slides. I can see those. Still no sound or? Any luck in getting sound? Okay. I cannot hear you, but I can, if you can hear me, then I guess we're good to go. I'll probably have to confirm in the chat here, so I don't speak to just Marisol. No? I'm unsure if I should start. So if you could please give me a hint in the chat, because I cannot hear you. Just checking in to see if you can hear me. Testing, testing. Yes, Marisol, I was trying to log on to the Zoom one, but it says that the host has not started the meeting, so that didn't help much. Hello, can you hear me, Kosher? Excellent. Good. Let's see. No, I can't see you either. It's still black. But can you see me on the other StreamYard thing? Then I guess we could run the sound through Zoom and the visuals through StreamYard. Okay, excellent. Okay. Well, yeah, it's interesting technical novelties here. Okay. If you can hear me, distinguished audience, dear colleagues, I would have loved to be there in Ottawa with you. That would probably have made things very much easier than we just experienced. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that because of commitments here in Oslo. But I'm at least sort of hopeful that I can contribute a little bit to your fine conference by sharing some thoughts about Norway's Arctic strategies. I'll just jump into it because we're way behind schedule. So the picture you can see on my first slide is of Tromsø, which is the largest town in northern Norway. It has about 80,000 inhabitants in the greater city area, and the mean average daily temperature in January is -4 degrees Celsius. At 69 degrees, 38 minutes northern latitude, Tromsø is just slightly further. Please go back to the first slide. I'll let you know when you. Thank you. It's just slightly further north than Tuktoyaktuk in Canada, which is at 69 degrees 27 minutes north. And as you know much better than me, Tuk has about 950 inhabitants, and the mean average temperature, daily temperature in January is -27 degrees, 23 degrees colder than in Tromsø. Why am I emphasizing this? I'm doing that because I think it's important to put Norway's approach to the Arctic into context and compare it, to best of my ability, to the Canadian context, as you know, as in the one you know much better than me. As a background, before I go into the content of Norway's Arctic strategy. Now, Matthew Landreau talked about this in his introduction this morning, but I'll be reinforcing the points that he has already made. Slide, please. Okay, so as also Matthew talked about, the Arctic is a vast region, as in the area inside the Arctic Circle, which is the red circle you see on the map there, it represents 4% of the Earth's surface. So while it's useful sometimes to see the Arctic as one region, more often than not, it is important to understand the big differences between the subregions of the Arctic. And nowhere are those differences bigger than between the Canadian and the European Arctic. If you look closely at the map, you can see dark blue and lighter blue and sort of even lighter blue colors. And those sort of represented the areas that are high, low, and subarctic regions, which are sort of climatic definitions or climatic areas. And as you can see, there are areas in Nunavut that are below the Arctic Circle that are still high Arctic, as in dark blue. Conversely, if you look at the European side, up to Norway and Sweden and Finland, there are large areas, notably in northern Finland and Sweden, that are not even Arctic. They're not even subarctic, despite being inside the Arctic Circle. So this is sort of the key difference between these regions, as in the northern Canada and the northern parts of Europe, Arctic Europe. We are, as in, it's much warmer up here, basically, to put it mildly. And the reason, of course, is known to you. It's the warm water that comes from the Mexican Gulf up through the North Atlantic that warms the whole of the northern European area. Slide, please. Now, this slide is just sort of meant to reinforce that picture. And as you can see, in Norway, 8% of the population, about 450,000 people, live up north of the Arctic Circle. Whereas in Canada, the best figure I could find online was that less than 0.1% of Canadians live north of the Arctic Circle. And just as in the Northern Territories, in Yukon, Northwestern Territories, and Nunavut, there are about 120,000 people, or 0.3% of the Canadian population. I've already introduced you to Tromsø, and I found that the largest town inside the Arctic Circle in Canada is Inuvik in Northwestern Territories, with about 3,100 citizens. And the northernmost town in Norway is on Svalbard, is Longyear City, and it's at 78 degrees north, as you can see, and has about 2,500 residents. Whereas in Canada, it's Grisefjord or Ajuuktuk. And Grisefjord obviously is a sort of historical connection between Norway and Canada that is worth mentioning. And it has only about 150 residents. Slide, please. This is also a very important difference between Canada, as in northern Canada and northern Norway, and also, for that sake, northern Sweden and northern Finland as well. Only about 10% of the Norwegian population in the north are indigenous, Sami, notably. And as you can see on the slide, I asked ChatGPT to find these numbers because I didn't find any statistics. So this is sort of ChatGPT's estimate. And one problem, in a sense, in Norway is that Norway does not include ethnicity in census data. So there is really no way of knowing precisely how many of Sami heritage live in northern Norway and other parts of Norway as well. Whereas, as you can see, and I know very well, a very large percentage of the Canadian population north of the Arctic Circle is indigenous and primarily Inuit. And you can see also the basis for that data on the slide there. So as you can understand from this, the indigenous dimension is politically not by any means as important in Norway as it is in Canada. Slide, please. A third difference I'd like to point out before coming to the strategy is sort of the security and defense sort of a part of the picture. Now, Northern Canada has, since the 1950s, been important as an area where we've had sort of bases important for the defense of North America against air and missile attacks. And the distant early warning line, the DEW line, depicted in black dots on the little map in the left corner there, is just one example of this. While installations in Northern Canada were primarily small radar stations in quite remote places, in the European part of the Arctic has for a long time, essentially since the Second World War, been militarily important and seen quite substantial military activity. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union built up the Northern Fleet, which is stationed on the Kola Peninsula, which is sort of under the red blob there where it says Northern Fleet, up to be the biggest Soviet fleet. And from the 1980s, the European Arctic also became the area where the Soviet Union's submarines with long-range nuclear weapons operated, as in the Soviet Union's and today's Russia's second strike capability based on nuclear armed submarines. So in some, European Arctic has been and still sees extensive military activity, particularly on the sea and under the sea. And given this, and given that the Kola Peninsula is actually just next door neighbor to Norway in the north and also northern Finland, should be no surprise that security and defense colors Norway's perception of the Arctic and European part of the Arctic in particular, much more than has at least traditionally been the case in Canada. Slide, please. So on this background, I'll say a few words about Norway's Arctic strategies. And the first point I'd like to raise is that Norway hasn't really had Arctic strategies. We've had High North strategies, and most of them actually have been called that. And by the High North in Norway, we really mean northern Norway and the ocean areas around Norway in the north, which essentially sort of constitutes the European Arctic in many ways. The emergence of a distinct High North policy in Norway can be traced back to the early 2000s. Okay, there's someone speaking. I don't know. No, please go back. There we go. Yeah. Where was I? The High North policy in Norway can be traced back to the early 2000s. And as with the increased attention to Arctic in general in that period, the new political interest in Norway was very much due to the perception of large economic opportunities in the Arctic region. New assessments suggested there were lots of undiscovered natural oil and gas deposits in the Arctic, and the melting ice of the melting ice cap held the promise of new shipping routes through the Arctic. And Dr. Ahmed talked about this in his presentation just now, as in before me, and also sort of course, there are a lot of minerals up there as well. I'll come back to this a bit later on, but the hope that these resources and the shipping would bring economic development, notably in the Norwegian case in northern Norway, was a very, very important driver in the emergence of this high north policy. Conversely, as a result of sort of the expected increase in human activity, concern for the impact on the environment was also very high at the time. So the first Norwegian High North strategy that came in 2008 was, as you can see on the slide, very much marked by a sort of a very optimistic economic outlook, and how this could benefit the northern parts of Norway. Simultaneously, is also emphasized the need for economic development to be sustainable, both in ecological and human terms. The 2006 strategy was also marked by a very optimistic view of international relations in the Arctic, including the prospect of very close cooperation with Russia. As a neighboring country, Norway places great emphasis on cross-border people-to-people cooperation in support of, amongst other, peaceful development in the north. And in this period, that this sort of slogan or catchphrase, high north, low tension, became very important in Norwegian foreign policy. That people from the Minister of Foreign Affairs traveled around and spread the gospel of high north, low tension for a long time. The 2009 version of the Arctic strategy, or the High North strategy, was very much sort of in the same spirit that is the 2006 one, but came with many more sort of very more concrete proposals and measures in Norway, thus this new building blocks name. A reason why the update came quite so quickly afterwards was the very high expectations in Northern Norway that the emphasis by the government on the High North policy should lead to concrete results, concrete developments, and a better life in Northern Norway. Slide, please. So the next version of this strategy came 8 years later in 2017. And since 2009, much had happened. One thing was that the government in Norway had changed from a center-left government led by the Labour Party to a center-right coalition led by the Conservative Party in 2013. More importantly, it had become clear more generally in the world, but also in Norway, that while the Arctic was changing, that change was taking place at a much slower speed than many had expected. So, as you could say, as in the Arctic was changing at the glacial speed. The expected Klondike in petroleum extraction and shipping had not arrived. And indeed, particularly in the case of petroleum, it looked unlikely to ever materialize given the development of the petroleum market, notably the advent of shale, as in fracking of shale oil and shale gas in the United States, which basically took the United States off the international market. Which had been one of the markets that oil and particularly LNG, as in liquefied natural gas from the Arctic, was supposed to head. And finally, the start of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, with amongst other the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, had dramatically changed the political climate for cooperation with Russia in the Arctic. It still continued, but much of the trust and goodwill that had been there before was now gone on both sides. As you can see on the slide, the Norwegian 2017 strategy, the only strategy that actually had the Arctic, had that title, Arctic strategy, was marked by these changes. Economically, the perspective was much more sober, and the emphasis was more exclusively on domestic economic development in northern Norwegian regions. And the view of the international situation and prospects for cooperation was also more somber, and more attention was devoted to NATO security and defense in this strategy. And this, for obvious reasons, was even more the case in the 2025 version, which came after the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. While there is this vision of a peaceful future in the Arctic, still in the 2025 version, the emphasis is now very much on managing relations, and notably in preserving the Arctic Council and keeping that for hopefully future sort of a renaissance in relations, and a changed regime in Russia that would enable us to again cooperate much closely in the Arctic. Slide, please. One more point before I conclude, and it is that while there has been a large degree of consensus on Arctic policy or high North policy in Norway, including these strategies that I've talked about, there is also a domestic political side to this in Norway, and I've touched on that slightly already as well. Generally, centre-left coalitions place more emphasis on high North policy. And there are many reasons why. One is the personal engagement of our current prime minister, former foreign minister Jonas Gahr Støre, who's really has been personally invested in this issue. Another one is that centre-left coalition generally include the agrarian party here in Norway called the Centre Party, which really has the regional or sort of rural development as its main key political priority. Centre-right coalitions that ruled Norway from 2013 to 2021 were less invested in high North policies. And as I've noticed, and you can see also from the slide here, they only published one iteration of the high North strategy. The three others were crafted by the centre-left government. And I'll just note that since I sort of brought it up in the beginning, as indigenous rights was an issue in all the strategies that I mentioned, but it was just one among many issues and never a headline one. And that sort of goes back to the point I raised in the beginning that the indigenous population in Norway is only a small minority in the northern parts of Norway. Slide, please. This brings me to the conclusion here. As I've tried to show, Norway has published 4 Arctic strategies or high North strategies in the 20 years since the first one came in 2006. And as I've suggested, and you can see from the slide, the development of these strategies has been really marked by the changing perceptions of the Arctic due to the changing international situation in particular. This includes, as I've said, the more sober view of prospects for economic opportunities represented by Arctic resources and shipping, and just as if not more importantly, marked by the major change in the international situation with Russia essentially going from a partner and collaborator to being an aggressor and a pariah. I was thinking I want to make it slightly shorter just to kind of catch up time, but also since I will not be able to be with you the rest of the day, I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any for me. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. Yep, good. Still there. That's good. I don't bite. Go ahead. No. Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Experience. Thanks.
Yep. I haven't really studied the Swedish. Okay, I've got a really bad echo now. Let's.
That's helpful.
Hi, Matthew Landrio. I just had a question about your take on Russian provocation in Svalbard. Are you concerned about different display, some would say symbolic display, public display of Russian presence in Svalbard? Yeah, a bit your assessment of that threat.
That was helpful. Okay, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. I had a question about the Sami parliament, the Sami self-governance in the 3 Nordic states. And I'm wondering, have you done a comparison between the territorial or sovereignty rights of Indigenous peoples in Canada compared to the sovereignty and land connection rights of the Sami people in your Nordic countries as an aspect of both ecological security and human security in the Arctic?
The short answer to that is
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your experience and so much of knowledge And this is really interesting for us as well to listen from another organization and going on up there. Thank you once again for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. We now move on to our next speaker. She's Marisol Maddox. Dr. Marisol Maddox is a senior Arctic fellow at the Institute of Arctic Studies in the Dickey Center at the Dartmouth and a non-resident fellow at the Center for Climate and Security. Her transdisciplinary research examines the Arctic nexus of climate change, security, and geopolitics with a particular focus on how artery threats like ecological upheaval challenge conventional strategic thinking. She regularly teaches on Arctic security at institutions including the Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies and the Canada School of Public Service, and has served as an adjunct professor at Syracuse University's Maxwell School. Her commentary on Arctic affairs has been featured in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and the BBC, and she holds an MA in International Security from George Mason University. Please join me in welcoming Marisol Maddox.
Yes. Thank you so much. Question from the floor? Any hard-hitting question for our US friend? No? So Marisol, we don't have questions from the floor, but we would appreciate if you tune in the soccer that we are. Oh, okay. So before soccer, we have a question. David.
Marisol, thank you. My question relates to, do you or anybody else in the US at the levels of the State Department and other in defense have any involvement of the indigenous peoples in the United States who happen to live and have treaty rights within Alaska, for example? Is that ever considered in the whole concept of security of the United States against geopolitical opponents from elsewhere, and in relation to assessing ways of dealing with both ecological and human security risks to the United States and Alaska?
Yes, Marisol, really quick question. I think it's fair to say that most Canadians are trying to figure out how long we can hold our breath until the Trump administration disappears. And whether that's going to be the fall midterm elections or whether it's going to be, in 2028. We're running out of oxygen, quite frankly, but we're trying. But my sense is I've not heard a word, and I'm based in Canada, but the Democrats, they aren't talking about the Arctic either that I've seen. So I'm just really interested in whether there's an alternative sort of strategy emerging in the back corridors of Washington among the Democrats about all the wonderful things they're going to do when Trump disappears.
Hi, Marisol, it's Gail. It's good to see you. So quick question. I would like to hear you a little bit more on Canada-US relations in the current environment. I was down in DC with the Ted Stevens Center a few weeks ago. And, the official line is mill-mill relationship. Everything's going well. We're working together on continental defense and so on. But then I also had the opportunity last week to interact with people close to the current White House and the previous White House, both Republicans and Democrats. And the sense that I got from those conversations is that there's no going back. I would say the Republicans going forward have a very clear vision of their foreign policy, that's homeland, hemisphere, and then trade, and there's no real consideration for really going back I would say for Europe. And then on the Democrat side, they were saying, well, we're not planning on going back either. Those institutions don't work. And so I'm curious on your side, what you've been hearing about the future of Canada-US relationship related to the Arctic, but also more generally to the continent.
Thank you so much Melissa, for your time, and I think we have understood a bit of reflection on this policy on Arctic. Thank you once again on behalf of the
Thank Thank you. As we have already had our tea break, we will now continue with our next presentation. However, coffee is available outside the room on your right. Please feel free to grab a cup and rejoin the session. Our next presentation is on foreign interference in the Arctic. We now welcome Eric Bertram. Eric Bertram is the director of the Center of China Policy Research and Coherence Division at Global Affairs Canada within the Indo-Pacific branch in Canada's defense and security community. She holds a PhD in international affairs from Carleton University and previously worked as a strategic analyst at Defense Research and Development Canada, supporting the Canadian Armed Forces through evidence-based research and decision-making support. Her work has involved close engagement with NORAD, the Royal Canadian Navy, and Canadian Special Operations Forces Command. She is also a lecturer at the Canadian Forces College, a training consultant to the RCMP, an affiliated expert with the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, and a former Fulbright Fellow at Harvard University's Belfer Center. Her research and policy work focus on defense strategy, security sector reform, peace operations, hybrid threats, maritime security, and Canada's broader national security challenges. Dr. Gal, the floor is yours.
Yes, and I do have some slides. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. So it's going to be interesting because I've been at the CDA Institute now for a year, but as I can take the analysts out of DND, but it's very hard to take defense and national security out of strategy, and I'm going to focus on defense and security issues when speaking about it. And I would say, like from the get-go, Canada doesn't have a clear strategy. A lot has changed, and a lot has changed in Ottawa as well in terms of our priorities and the strategic context in which we find ourselves. So building on what was said earlier, well, I think it's important when we talk about the Canadian Arctic. I'll kind of cover the Norwegian Arctic, but I agree with Mathieu. When we look at the Arctic, it's really best understood as a set of subregions. And even in the case of Canada, there's so much diversity in terms of people, territory, climate, geography. The Canadian Arctic is 40% of our country landmass. It includes, it encompasses 75% of our coastline, but only about 150,000 Canadians if we include both Northern Quebec and Labrador, which are technically not in the Arctic. The distribution of the population was also very different. If you look at at Nunavut, people are actually Inuit, but if you look at the Yukon, if I'm right, I think only 12% are 20 Inuit or indigenous. Yeah, and so There've been conversation about the Northwest. More and more, we're actually looking at a transpolar sea route, which would cross in the high seas between the Bering Strait and the Barents Sea. And now the patterns are predicting that this route might be more commercially available than West Passage in the coming decades. The Northwest Passage, it's not only about ice patterns, it's also the fact that the water is very shallow. We have the navigation charts are not up to date, and the patterns of both weather and ice in the region are extremely hard to predict. And so actually, we have the impression, or the general impression, that the navigation season is increasing in the Arctic, in the Canadian Arctic, but actually it's becoming more and more unpredictable. So we've seen ships running aground or between ice packs in the middle of the navigation season in the last few years, which is something that hasn't happened before. So at the peak of the navigation season, which brings a lot of challenges for servicing communities, accessing communities, and so on. Next slide, please. And this is what I mean by change in ice conditions and navigation challenges. Then next slide, another impact of climate change in the region, and Andrew mentioned it, but it's the thawing of the permafrost. You have a few, next slide, please. You have a few pictures here. This is the highway to Tuktoyaktuk. So that gives you a sense of what we mean about a highway in the Arctic. And so there's been a lot of announcements lately about development of infrastructure, new roads, new ports. This is what we're dealing with. It is very hard, and this is why it's so costly, because first of all, you need to get there to build that road. You need to build a road without quick access to the workforce, to equipment, to material. And then on top of that, in terms of the maintenance, what is required to actually make sure that the road is usable is really, really demanding. You cannot go to Canadian Tire to go buy the piece you're missing. You cannot order it through Amazon overnight. There's some real challenges when we talk about development of infrastructure in the north. Next slide. And then we've also seen an increase in wildfires. We used to not see wildfires in Canada's and Northern Territories. And we know over the last few years, there's been some significant incidents. Yellowknife was fully evacuated in 2023. But then at the same time, we're also seeing that some communities are increasingly hard to reach because the water levels are getting lower. And so, next slide. And because of that, they cannot be serviced over the summer. And so that increases price of commodities. And so, yes, so the whole notion that the Arctic is becoming more accessible is actually can be easily challenged. Next slide, please. All of that contribute to vulnerabilities in the Arctic. Vulnerabilities in the Arctic are these different factors in the regions that have contributed to human insecurity and national insecurity over the last year, or over the last decade. And so we're talking about first the physical environment I just described to you. So the sheer size of it, the lack of infrastructure, the diversity in the geography, the effect of climate change, but there's also social economic disparities that are very important in the region. There's the colonial past, the grievances the very valid grievances from northern communities and Indigenous people in the region, the limited access to food and potable water in several of those communities, level of poverty, limited telecommunication, and the lack of resiliency and redundancy of critical infrastructure. All of those vulnerabilities can actually be leveraged by our adversaries, by Canadian adversaries who are trying to advance their interests in the region at our expense. And I think this is where the discussion about foreign interference and China, especially China in the region, is so important. Next slide. Canada's Arctic is very vulnerable to hybrid threats. Hybrid threats are actions that are taken by state on or non-state actors to undermine or harm a target by combining both overt and covert, both military and non-military means. So here you have a few examples. I'm just going to go through it, but this is really building on what Eric was talking about. For example, next slide, please. There's critical minerals and foreign influence. We've seen a lot of interest around mining town or potential mining sites in the Canadian Arctic. We know that Chinese companies have tried to acquire some of those mining sites or open mining sites, some new mines. But we've also seen outside of the region, Chinese disinformation operations around potential exploration and exploitation of critical minerals. In 2021, the Operation Dragon Bridge was revealed. Operation Dragon Bridge was a pro-China disinformation campaign leveraging local social media to sow a position in local communities against the new critical mineral mines in the United States and in Saskatchewan. Then another form of hybrid threat we're seeing in the region, next slide, is targeting infrastructure and foreign investment. This is a snapshot from Huawei back in 2020 website. What do you see? They're leveraging indigenous identity and the universal, what they call the universal right to access internet as a way to access market and introduce their technology in Canadian telecommunication. Next slide. And then there is the dual purpose research, scientific research. Eric talked about it. We are one of the key terms, or I would say one of the very hype terms that we heard in Canada lately is dual use. China doesn't do dual use, they do civil military fusion. That is very different. Civil military fusions, as Eric described, means that anything civilian can be used for military purposes. There is no distinction between civilian and military sectors in China. So any scientific research conducted in the Canadian North or anywhere where really by Chinese researchers and scientists can be used for military purposes on top of being leveraged for military purposes. And so we've seen Andrew referred to it, but we saw the downing of the Chinese balloon, research balloon over the Yukon back in 2023. And since in 2023 as well, the Canadian Armed Forces picked up research buoys, Chinese research buoys that had drifted into Canadian Arctic waters. What we are at risk here is not only China knowing more about our Arctic, is ultimately China establishing a nuclear bastion in our own backyard. Because the research that's being done with those buoys are very specific to submarine operations. Next slide. So what do we do about that? One of the big problems with hybrid threats or covert operations or civilian activities that are done for military purposes is that they're very hard to catch, they're very hard to prevent, and once the toothpaste is out of the tube, there's not much you can do to put it back in. On top of that, it's very hard to evaluate the impact that it has, to capture the entire impact. And so the best way to counter hybrid threats is to address gaps and seams of the vulnerabilities. So address those vulnerabilities that actually enable foreign interference and undue influence upstream through resilience. There's also, of course, an important lack of infrastructure and investment in the North that's generational, that we're now seeing, I think, under the current government, quite a push to address. That is also very important, but that's also part of addressing those vulnerabilities that have existed for a while. Can you switch, let's say, 2 slides to the Port of Churchill Plus project? So to me, this is a good example of how, under the current government, we're adopting a more pragmatic approach. We talked a lot about Indigenous engagements over in the Arctic Northern and Policy Framework. It's been part of the conversation for a long time, But I think under the current government, we're seeing more of a political will and a pragmatism in how we're approaching different projects. And so the Port of Churchill is an interesting one where the federal government is partnering with provinces, territories, and indigenous government to build a new port. And this is going to be a major infrastructure project to actually access the European market. So this is part also in the current environment of diversifying our economic relations and being able to export more of our natural resources towards Europe. Then next slide. We have Arctic investments that are major. They're not necessarily all in the Arctic because we have the polar ATH, so polar over the horizon radar, and then the Arctic over the horizon radar. So the first investment, mostly for the Arctic over the horizon radar, is 6 billion. Those investments are happening in communities in the south, but polar over the horizon radar, those investments are happening in Ontario. But we can already see that there is some complexity around the projects and how do we work with local communities to actually get them to support investments. The same will be true when we're going to start looking at the sites, identifying sites for the Arctic over the horizon radar, which is located in the high Arctic. There's also investment in NORAD basing infrastructure, over 32 billion that have been announced in early March 2026. And that's on top of the almost 40 billions for the modernization of NORAD overall. Next slide, please. I think the budget of 2025 give us a bit by committing funds to defense investment, and the fact that the priority is really defense of Canada and safeguarding the Arctic for Canadian sovereignty gives us kind of this push that we needed. Next slide. So we're seeing, as I said, an increase in investment in CAF operating locations in the north, as well as infrastructure, road, airport, and road, airports, and ports. And next slide. And that's a summary of the main big projects. So we have the Northern Operational Support Hub program that is almost 3 billion. The Arctic Airport road upgrades that are going to be supporting the Inuvik Airport runway and the Rankin Inlet Airport. Tasman Hydro expansion, which is hydro facilities, Grace Bay Road and Port, and then Arctic Economy and Security Corridor and the Mackenzie Valley Highway. If those projects are done right, they will contribute to address some of those vulnerabilities. And I think this is a really good example of how investing in our own economy, in our own people, in our own territory can actually contribute overall to national defense. And that is, to me, key to a cogent and promising Arctic security. So a strategy. So I'll stop here and take any question that you may have.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I had a question for you specifically about the Grace Bay Road and Port project.
Yep.
And something that you mentioned earlier about access to Canada's critical mineral resources in the Arctic being a vulnerability in light of Chinese and other foreign interests. I do think that the Grace Bay Road and Port sorry, I should have introduced myself. My name is Molly Anderson. I'm the Director of Strategy and Impact at Oceans North. We work all across the Canadian Arctic within communities, basically on a whole bunch of different things, but my particular area of interest and work is on shipping policy and governance. And so this is obviously a project that's near and dear to me. So you said if designed right, and I think that's really interesting. The concerns that have been floating around about this project are that it has a direct link
by a foreign state. And so the project here is to make sure that we maintain sovereignty over the infrastructure, that we can use them properly, that we build them properly. And then, yes, it's a
I can't hear you, Kauser. I was hearing the presentation earlier and then now I can't. I don't know if you guys can hear me. If you can hear me, can you give me a thumbs up? No? It was working. I'm not sure what's happening. I was able to hear the presentation earlier. Okay. I just heard something. No? Not hearing. Are you talking to me? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, testing, testing. I can't hear you. I was hearing the show earlier when I logged in, and then it went dead. I'm not hearing anything. Should I just log out and log back in again? Can you guys hear me? So can you hear me? Can you see me on both? Not sure what's happening here. I can hear a bit of background.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
So should I be on StreamYard and on Zoom? It seems redundant. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear us?
I can hear an echo. Yes. So where should I be having both StreamYard and Zoom on? I'm getting an echo. What the heck? Not hearing you now.
Chief, can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Great,
now.
great. Thank you so much for a bit of technical. So yeah, we'll keep you in Zoom. You don't have to go to StreamYards because that is creating some conflict since morning. So we are all good, Chief, and we are about to go. Do you want to use any PowerPoint or no?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Your speech is absolutely brilliant. I heard it in February, so so that is what I'm expecting today. Thank you, Chief. We are all set. People are eating lunch, so we'll be we'll be on time. Absolutely on time, Chief.
All right. So at 10:15.
Right. Yes. Hour 1:15 in Ottawa. Yeah. Thank you so
I'm
much.
just gonna turn my
Yes.
camera off
Right. Right.
and microphone off, and then
Right. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.